Really, again, another excellent class, and again, three awesome young people to visit with, and again, those that have done a very, very nice job of analyzing their pens of three and kind of evaluating what they have. And I think it really gets down to these two pairs that are out here to think about which one we need to kind of land on to win the class. And the reason why I say that is just from a consistency standpoint, they're the groups that more logically resemble each other. Each pig kind of resembles each other. They're more consistent in the way they're built, their design. There's some differences inside each one of the groups, but I think they just from that perspective and thinking about putting together, a group of pigs that would all grow, perform, have muscle, have width, have body, and product. They just do that, I think, extremely well. I think the most consistent of the two groups is maybe not the one that individually you'd like each of those pigs the best. There's one of these groups that probably from a show ring standpoint you probably like a little better. There's one of these groups that maybe from a market and just growth and performance and power and width and muscle, you probably just like a little better. They tend to be, in my mind, a little bit more consistent. I like the young man's group here on my left-hand side to win the class because I think they do that well. They're powerful, they're wide, they're bold, they're muscular. They're consistent in the way that they're put together. They do the things that we're looking for in a pen of three kind of class. Young lady's got, I think, individually a barrel or two in here that I think is very, very good, and it's going to be very, very competitive. I think today in the show, maybe a gilt in there that's not as stout in her feature, not as bold in her build, not as good on her hind leg, not as bold at the ground, and doesn't resemble the same consistency that we find inside of this group that's on them. But that's a very close placing. If you want to switch them on me, you absolutely can, and I wouldn't argue with you much. Same on a safe thing for the young man that's got the blue pigs over in the corner. Again, an excellent young man that's done a very good job of evaluating what he's got and really talking through things, I think, with me, I think extremely well. He's got one in there that may be one of the bigger bone pigs that I've seen in quite a while. And he is a stout rascal that's got a big forelimb and a big foot. He's also got a big head, and he's a little plainer fronted, and just maybe doesn't match the balance and look that we find in some of the other pigs in that group. Maybe one in there that doesn't have quite as much muscle as the other two, and so maybe from a consistency standpoint, we don't find particularly what we find in that group that we start the class off with, or even in the group that we go with second. So I think, again, really, really nice set of young people, a really nice set of pigs. Let's give them all a great big round of applause for their work here.
Congratulations to Kale Weber receiving first place in that class. Grayson Franken got second, and Blake Osnink receiving third. We will now be selecting our champion pen of three. So entering the ring is Anna Osnink and Kale Weber.
Really had an excellent pen of three show. For what we lacked in numbers, we certainly made up for in quality and in the pigs and the young people. And I think when you kind of analyze both sets, and they're obviously both very recent in my mind, and think about ones that have build and width and muscularity and design and power and mass and market hug kind of value, and yet have some show ring presence and some look, I think there's a group that just kind of easily finds itself to the top. That to me is the young ladies group here on this end, and they'll be our champion in our division. Let's give her a nice hand. I think the next group, I think for me, that again follows consistency, width, power, mass, muscularity, just powerful hugs, and again put together the three very similar in their kind and build. I think they do that extremely well. Young man's winner from Class 2 here will be our reserve champion out here in our Pen of 3 division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Anna Osnink receiving champion Pen of 3. Reserve champion Pen of 3 went to Kale Weber. Entering the ring now is our Derby Swine class. We have Lydia Bleeker, Bryce Osnink, Gabe Skiebout, Brody Weber, Tate Vendong, Kale Weber, and 3 of Angel Hoistman's pigs.
certainly nice to see that your county still continues to do a derby show and provides this opportunity for the young people. And certainly lots of ways as a judge you can evaluate a derby show. You can put more emphasis on performance, you can put more emphasis on build, or you can put more emphasis on muscle, or kind of whatever you want to do from that perspective. I chose to try and kind of stay in the middle of all those things. One that's maybe got a good enough design, one of them that's got enough growth and performance, and one of them that's got some muscle and some dimension and some product. And I think when you get all those things together, the one that does that the best is the young man's white barrel here that's closest to me. He's a stout-featured, bold-chested one that's got a big back. He performs over that 2 pounds a day. Kind of when you think about a closeout for a set of feeder pigs, that you want them to kind of be at that 2 pound a gain growth from that perspective, and certainly does that, excels that area, and so we like that from that perspective. He's stout, he's bold, he's wide, he's got big limbs, and he's got a neat kind of a look when you get off the side of it. The closer decisions between these two for me, I guess to me, the one, there's one of them is a little bit leaner and cleaner, probably, has the right kind of performance as far as being over that 2 pounds a day. There's one of them is just quite a bit, got a lot more performance, a lot stouter, a lot bolder, a lot wider, a lot more to him. I think he's also a lot fatter. And so that's kind of where your decision lays in. But I think his stoutness, his width, his boldness make him kind of similar to the one that I chose to start with. And so we're going to use the red one second and then use the white one to be third here. I think, again, 3 really nice pigs here on the front side of this. And then there's some decisions for me to be made as we work our way down through here. Here's kind of a big framed, a long spined barrel has muscle, right? Certainly one that's shapely on his top and big out of his rump. Gets a little more robotic in his movement, and not as stout in his feature, not as good in his rib or his body. He's a little tighter hearted. He's a little tighter ribbed. Just doesn't have the flexibility of skeleton. Doesn't have the shape of body, the depth of rib, and the openness that we find in either of those 3 that we led the class off with. And so that's where maybe he gets a little hooked up. Got a really neat kind of a show pig one here that fits that mold, I think, really, really well. Got a neat look when he got off the side of him. He's shapely when he got on top of him. Got a neat look. Probably didn't just, from a performance standpoint, didn't kind of hit where we want to be at from a target perspective. From an industry target perspective, when you think about a feeder pig group, we need him to maybe just perform a little bit better to work his way up. But one that I think you really like, the build, the design, the muscle, the width, and the things that he's got. Another neat looking one from the side. Simply needs to be a little bolder chested, needs to be a little wider when you study him right at the top of his blade. Offer that one just a little more shape when you get right on top of him. But a neat looking one that's long and extended. You can kind of let all 3 of these out. You can align these 3 however you want. I think big frame, long spine ones that are extended, certainly ones that have grown well, and I like that about them. So from a performance standpoint, they're ones that I like extremely well, and they do that exceptionally well. And please don't think that I don't value that. That's certainly very valuable. It's what I deal with on a daily basis. But from the perspective of putting together design and build and some of the other things that we're trying to kind of mesh together in this marriage, in this ring, they maybe don't have some of those things that we're trying to find. And so that's what gets them kind of in trouble out here today. Really a nice set of pigs. Let's give our young exhibitors a great big round of applause.
Congratulations to our champion live derby swine, Cale Weber, and reserve champion live derby swine to Tate Van Dong. Entering the ring now is our champion carcass for Market Carcass, and the results for the scans are on the back of your program. And Dan is going to explain what this all means when they walk in.
So those of you that are ringside, we're going to talk a little bit about the market carcass that you find on the back page of your program, okay? So I've got Lydia here. Say hi, Lydia.
Hi.
All right. So if you notice, Lydia's got the top ranking market carcass pig. So if we analyze that, Lydia, what'd your pig weigh?
253.
Okay, just a little heads up for you young people that are coming for showmanship. Please know what your pig weighs. All right? Okay. So if we look at her actual back fat, and I'm going to work off that number, we're going to work off the actuals here. That pig had 0.3 of back fat, had an actual loin area of 7.98, and then a weight of 250. So that you'll see that her back fat, not hers, not Lydia's, but the pig's back fat actually got adjusted down. And the reason why that got adjusted down is her pig was less than 265 pounds. So all of these pigs, the weights are adjusted to 265 pounds. And the reason why they do that is to try and create an industry standard. And so they're trying to evaluate what Lydia's pig would look like relative to all the other pigs if we were going to put them across the scale and evaluate them in the industry. And your pig did well, did very, very well. You notice then her adjusted loin area came down just a little bit, but then her percent lean was 60.50. So 60% of that carcass of that pig is lean product that can be eaten. So let's congratulate Lydia. She has our champion here today. Give her a great big round of applause. Kinley, where am I finding Kinley at? I guess she's a long ways the other way. Okay. Okay, so we're going to talk to Kinley here. Okay, she's got our reserve champion here in the market carcass. So what's your pig weigh?
238.
There you go. There's right on target. Perfect. Okay, if we look at the actual back fat of Kinley's pig, okay, was 0.4 of back fat. So where that is taken, for those of you that are looking somewhere, it's going to be taken somewhere right around the 10th rib. So if you find the last rib, go forward. That's about where that scan would have been taken. And if you look at, if you're here with me, and you look at her pig, she's got really good shape. She's very lean. You can feel her loin, or feel her spine. You know, if you touch it with your fingers real easily. Okay. Actual loin area 8.06. Okay. So her adjusted back fat is 0.4, and her loin area is 7.9. It's a lighter pig, doesn't have as much weight, so the percent lean is going to be less. So she lost, but not by a lot, 60.2%. So very good. So 60.2% of that pig will be ended up marketable product. Let's give Kinley a nice big round of applause. Congratulations. Sawyer. Okay. Third's going to be Sawyer here with the Sioux County Pulse Livestock Club. Okay. Sawyer's pig weighed?
275.
Perfect. All right. Okay. Actual back fat of 0.5, so got a little bit more condition on him, but he also has a little bit more muscle, 8.35. So weighs a little bit more than the 65 or than the number that we're looking for. Okay. So Sawyer's pig's going to end up with a 60.078 percent lean, and so that gets him third overall. Let's give him a great big round of applause. Congratulations. Grace. There we are. Okay. 239. Okay. And then, so 0.5. What'd your pig weigh?
239.
I guess I said it, didn't I? 0.5, 8.16. Again, okay, and then if you go over your percent lean, 59.4. So very close between the top ones. Let's give Grayson a nice big round of applause. And then Ryer. Yep. Ryer, did I get that right? Okay, what'd your pig weigh?
262.
All right, super. Okay, and if we go over and look, 0.6 of fat, right? And 8.16, so very similar to the last one. You weigh just a little bit more, and so your adjustment's going to go down just a little bit, 59.213. So excellent job. Let's give him a great big round of applause, and let's congratulate each of our top 5. Give them all a great big round of applause.
We'll give those market carcass class a minute to get back to the ring or to the barn, and then we will be starting with senior showmanship. We have a few changes here, so it is Jessica Mormon, Josie Baumgars, Barrett Bleeker, McKenna Cleveringa, Blake Osnink, and Cole Hoyer. Kale Weber was moved to the intermediate showmanship. Entering the ring now is the first class of senior showmanship. We are going to have 2 classes of senior showmanship, and then we will select an overall senior showman. In class 1, we have Jessica Mormon, Josie Baumgars, Barrett Bleeker, McKenna Cleveringa, Blake Osnink, and Cole Hoyer. All right, the class is complete with Jessica Mormon, Josie Baumgars, Barrett Bleeker, McKenna Cleveringa, and Blake Osnink.
Okay, we got 2 drafts here in the senior showmanship. I selected 2 I want to keep around. Let's give the young people that are heading back a nice round of applause for their workout here this morning.
Blake Osnink and McKenna Cleveringa were kept for the final drive for champion senior showmanship. Entering the ring now is the second class of senior showmanship. We have Brody Van Rigamorter, Margot Scheidemann, Olivia Fagley, Carter Hoyer, Gabe Skiebout, and Lainey Franken.
Okay, same as our first drive there. We sorted off the ones we're going to work a little bit longer. But again, let's congratulate each of our young people here that are going to leave the ring. Give them a nice round of applause for their workout here this morning.
Congratulations to Brody Van Rigamorter and Lainey Franken for coming back out of the second drive of senior showmanship. We are now going to work them down to get select our top 3 senior showmen.
If you're ringside, let's give our finalists here in our senior division a great big round of applause. Really, when we're working with young people, or I talk to young people about, showing a pig or being really good at showmanship, if you think about a school of fish, that's really what it should look like when you get the young people out here. And if you've watched these four, that's kind of what they've done. They're just kind of back and forth, just like a school of fish would function, and they do that very well. And yet they each take their opportunities when they get them to set their pig apart, to use to be the first one to a hole or be the first one to an open spot. When I change positions in the ring, they try and be the first one to get there. Some of them have better than others, but each of them has done a nice job of trying to set themselves apart and take those little advantages. I will say this to the young people that are listening. Most showmanship contests are won in the first 15 steps out of the box coming out right over there. And because you either are ready and game on and have your pig presented and you're ready to win this thing, or you're maybe not. And I will tell you that today's showmanship winner in the senior division did that. When they came out of the gate, they were ready, pig was presented, skin and hair's right, pace, just from then on, just kept things kind of moving in the right direction. And just every time when I moved was one of the first two to that spot, utilized the ring the right way. And by that I mean, when you're on the side here, this is a perfect time to give me a side profile, to really, show the pig off and give me a side profile. When I'm on the end, that's the perfect time to show me his chest and his rump, kind of give me the muscle look of that pig. When I'm kind of in the corners, you can use the angles and do some of those kind of things, but utilize the ring well and did an excellent job. Again, skin and hair was presented exceptionally well. Pace is outstanding, great body position. I like the young man right here at the Blue Bear to be our champion. Second two, again, really good out of the box. Maybe not as highly presented, and maybe didn't handle the pace quite as well as what our young man with the Blue Hog did. But again, every bit as good, very comfortable, uses the ring exceptionally well, gets out and does things extremely well, like the young lady right here with the white getting through his ear. Third, again, another young person, again, very comfortable in what he does. Maybe he doesn't have the speed, doesn't get that pig in the spots quite as well as found in those first couple. But again, both these young people here in the ring did an excellent job to make here to the finals. I guess I like the young man with the Duroc gilt to come third, and then the young lady with the Belgian Hog to be fourth. But congratulations to both of them.
In the ring right now is the first class of intermediate showmanship. Lincoln Smith, Bodie Weber, Anna Osnink, Lydia Bleeker, and Ryer Rootman.
Again, let's congratulate those young exhibitors as they work their way back in the barn for their work here in the intermediate division.
Congratulations to Anna Osnink and Lydia Bleeker being kept back for the final drive of intermediate showmanship. Entering the ring now is our Class 2 of intermediate showmanship. We have MacArthur Scheidemann, Grayson Franken, Mason Rosenbaum, Bryce Osnink, and Kale Weber. This is the class for the second class of intermediate showmanship. MacArthur Scheidemann, Grayson Franken, Mason Rosenbaum, and Kale Weber.
Again, I'd ask you if you're ringside, let's give these young people that were heading back to the barn a nice round of applause for their work here in the intermediate.
Congratulations to Grayson Franken and Mason Roosevelt for getting penned out of the second class of intermediate showmanship. We are now doing the final drive for intermediate showmanship.
really 4 excellent individuals in our intermediate division. Let's give them a great big round of applause here this morning for their work. I'll talk about each of them a little bit and kind of go through them in the way, kind of go through them in a way to kind of help you understand what my thought process is. And we start with the young lady with the blue barrel across the way. Very comfortable. This young lady is very comfortable in her skin. She gets out and she kind of handles herself very well, is in tune with her pig, and they move with the same motion. They kind of handle the ring very well and do that, I think, very well. Would like her to be just a whisker more aggressive. The other people tend to beat her to her spots. She maybe gets away from me just a little more than we deem ideal, but again, she's very comfortable. That pig and her, I think, work extremely well, and I certainly like that about her. The other way around, the young man does a really nice job. He's got good body position and that kind of stuff. Got himself a little worked up here earlier in the drive, and so we just need to kind of settle himself down. And once he did, then things kind of have come back together for him just well. But study his body position, the movement he's got with his pig, the way that he handles her here, and the comfort that she's got. I think he does a lot of things really, really, really well. Young lady with the blue gilt, I think just nailed the questions. Very, very, very knowledgeable about her project and has evaluated it very well. I mean, we talked about, what do you like? I see, I love her profile. I think that's spot on. That's a really neat one from the side. So what do you change? Well, I'd change your hind leg a little bit. That's spot on. You'd change her ever so slightly back there if you're going to fix on that one a little. Again, just talk about comfort here in the ring and the way that she gets out. It handles the ring, I think, is extremely well. And she just very, very comfortable in her own skin. And again, uses the ring well. Maybe just be a whisker more aggressive and as far as getting to those points. Maybe got beat by one other, but again, very, very knowledgeable. Very, very good. Young lady with the belt of gilt across the way in the green shirt. Again, one that, when I talked about coming out of the box and being ready to win, she came out of the box and she was ready to win. Head was up, pig was in stride, kept it in stride, no stop. She's kept that pig in the right stride all along, uses the ring extremely well. Again, hits the questions, I think, extremely well. Very comfortable in what she does. And whenever I move, she was the first one to be at those spots. She knows how to use the ring. Young lady in the green shirt with the belt of gilt will be our champion. Yorkshire gilt here, young lady is going to be reserved. I think that's a very close placing. My congratulations to both of them. Young lady here with the blue barrel again, one that's very comfortable in her skin, does, I think, very, very well, just maybe not as aggressive as those first two, but does an excellent job. She'll be third. Young man with the belt of gilt to be fourth. But really, really good job. Let's give them all another big round of applause.
Congratulations to Lydia Bleeker receiving first place in intermediate showmanship. Grayson Franken got second place, and third place went to Anna O'Snake. Entering the ring now is our first class of junior showmanship. We have Brayley Cleveringa, Lucas Hilbrands, Paisley Klein-Waltrink, Hadley Rosabone, Berkeley Franken, Bowden Franken, Colvin Dong, Caden Holstein, Sawyer Bleeker, and Baylor Van Rigamorter.
All right, we're gonna let those young people go back to the ring. I know we can do a better job than that. So let's give them a great big round of applause for their work out here this morning.
Second call of the Swine Barn for Class 2 Junior Showman, Summer, Quinn, Elijah, Tyson, Kinley, Emmett, Kale, Kate, Mallory.
Congratulations to Hadley Rosenbaum, Berkeley Franken, and Baylor Van Regenwater for getting penned to stay back for the final drive of junior showmanship. We will now be entering the Class 2 of junior showmanship with Summer Franken, Quinn Klein-Waltrink, Elijah Deckers, Tyson Hallstein, Kinley Franken, Emmett Rootman, Kale England, Tate Van Dong, and Mallory Scheidemann.
Attention in the Swine Barn. After the completion of junior showmanship, we are asking for all swine showmen to come to the ring for a few minutes. Again, after junior swine showmanship, we are asking for all swine showmen to come to the ring for a few minutes. Thank you.
This class is finalized with Summer Franken, Quinn Klein-Waltrink, Elijah Deckers, Tyson Hallstein, Kinley Franken, Emma Rootman, Kayla England, Tate Van Dong, and Mallory Scheidemann.
Again, just another outstanding set of young people. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we head them back into the barn.
And the 5 that are coming back out for the final drive of junior showmanship is Hadley Rosabone, Berkeley Franken, Baylor Van Rigamorter, Kale Van England, and Tate Van Dawn.
Attention in the Swine barn. Again, we are doing the final drive for junior showmanship. We are asking all Swine showmen to please come to the ring for a few minutes. So all Swine showmen, please start making your way to the ring. Thank you.
if you're ringside, I'd ask you to put your hands together. Let's congratulate our finalists here in the junior division. Really 5 outstanding young people, and what a tremendous opportunity to visit with them in the box and talk about questions and go through that. You have wonderful young people, and you need to be proud of that. I truly enjoy the opportunity to visit with them. They're just very knowledgeable and very cordial, and they just handle themselves extremely well. Out here in the ring, we've got some varying degrees. Even though we sorted them down, we still can kind of sort again, and we got some varying degrees of just comfort here in the ring and kind of how they handle things. And then we got some pigs that maybe want to cooperate quite as well, and so that sorts some things out. A young lady farthest away, her pig's kind of giving up on her right now, the kind of off-built splash-sided white gilt, kind of giving up on her and is challenging her a little bit more to try and keep in the spot. She wants to kind of turn back on her, and that's made it a little more difficult for her. Young man here with the belted Hampshire barrel, that pig wants to be a little more stop and go and can't just kind of get enough oomph in him to keep him moving consistently, and so that's kind of kept him maybe a little bit out of the mix of the top 3, just because that one just is not quite as doesn't want to go quite as well as maybe some of the other ones. So that leaves us that are 3 right here in front of me, and I think if you've watched those young 3, they're the 3 that have been, again, the most consistent, the most comfortable, and they've done the best job of kind of keeping that hog in the right spot at all times, and just done that consistently throughout. Young lady that's going to win has fought through a couple times, and that pig has kind of blew up on her, and he just did that, and she won that argument. We called that an argument because they just had a disagreement about how things are going to go down. She worked her way through it and got that pig back where it wanted to be, but has been steady at it. Uses the ring exceptionally well, very comfortable in her skin, keeps that pig moving at a great pace, always has it in the right spot. Our champion is a young lady with the Hampshire barrel right in front of her. Second's awful close, a young lady again, got a great pace, very comfortable, uses the ring extremely well, keeps the pig moving and does it very well. I like the young lady with the Duroc gilt to be second. She does an excellent job as well. Young man right here with the gilt in front of me, his pig kind of wanted to blow up on him a little bit. I got in a little tight on me as the drive went on, but he too is very comfortable, very knowledgeable, really great questions that got in the box. Thank you to his uncle and his sisters for teaching him up on some of those questions. So really a nice job. Let's give them all another great big round of applause when they get out there.
Congratulations to Hadley Roosevelt receiving first place in junior showmanship. Baylor Van Riggemorter received second place, and Cale England received third place. We are now going to hand the mic off to Marianne.
At this time, we would like to present a gift to Helene Riedema and Kathy Droe. Helene was married to the late, Helene was married to the late Marv Riedema, and Kathy was married to the late Gerald Droe. Both of these men were so influential in the Sioux County Fair and the Sioux County pork industry. These 2 men spent years outside this ring watching youths show pigs. Both of them raised breeding stock and created herds that still have offspring in this ring today. They then passed that on to the next generation to see if we could build off of their foundation. They came to watch and support family and friends and to just be a part of it. Each had their own presence at the hog show. Marv was always willing to announce the swine show and throw in his 2 cents, especially if you were late to the ring. And I know because I got my name called a few times. Gerald was on the quieter side. He didn't need to be in the limelight, but he was always the first to give you words of encouragement or to congratulate you. They both knew the work and time that goes into each kid's project and the commitment it took as a family to make it all possible. There will never be enough words to express how these men will be missed and how hard this week has been without them here. They left us too soon, but the knowledge and passion that they instilled in so many of these kids will never be forgotten. They built a legacy that they wanted every one of us to be a part of. Always be a humble winner, lose with grace, and put God and family first.
Those two men will be missed every day, but especially today. And I'm sorry, I don't have as many nice little jokes every so often like Marv did, but the show must go on. So we will start with our purebred breeding gilt Burke class.
We will continue the show with our purebred breeding guild class, starting with the Burke, Gabe Emo, Eric Baker, and Joey Baumgart.
In the ring is the Class 1 of Purebred Breeding Guilds Berkshires. We've got Gabe Skiabout, Barrett Bleeker, and Josie Baumgars.
Just 3 here in our Berkshire Guild division, but I think ones that represent the breed extremely well and do a lot of really good things. I like the young man's guild that's coming right at me here to win the class. I think that's a good design, good built guild that's really flexible in the way that she comes and goes. Certainly one that's got more than enough muscle. That one's a neat necked one that's got balances, I think, extremely well. Get on top of her, she shapes well. She's big out of her rump. I think her advantages particularly come in her hind legs. She's a little more comfortable there on her hind legs. She's a little better out to her face and front end than maybe the gilt that's going to come in second. No question, the young lady's gilt's got more muscle. That's a bigger top, bigger-headed one that's just got more shape. Probably just a little bit bolder when you study her right at the base of her chest floor, and I like that about her. Maybe not as comfortable right there behind, maybe a little plainer when you study up in through the foreregion of her body, and we find in the young man's gilt that starts the class. Give up some performance in the gilt that comes third, just not quite as just performance driven, not the bigness outline, not the mass and dimension that we have in some of the other gilts, but very sound, very flexible. We just need her to get out and grow just a little better. Nice set of gilts. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Barrett Bleeker receiving first place in that class. Josie Baumgars got second, and Gabe Skiebout received a blue. The class is complete with our purebred breeding gilt class. Lucas Hilbrands, Baylor Van Rigemorter, Brody Van Rigemorter, Grayson Franken, and Cole Hoyer.
Very nice set of Duroc. Some things to sort through as we kind of analyze them, but I think one to land on. I like the young lady's gilt straight away for me to start the class. I think that's the stout featured, good built one that's sound and flexible. I think she uses her hind leg the best of any of the gilts in the class. Get her on the side and she balances extremely well. She's got a big forelimb, got a big chest. She's square up over her top. She's big out of her rump. And again, her advantage is put them in motion and watch that one use her skeleton. She does it the best, and there is no question about that. We talk about when it gets closer for me is kind of where we're going to land in 2 and 3, and it kind of is between this guild here for 2 and 3 and this guild right here. We get kind of pieces and parts in both of them. That's the big chested, big-ended one that's maybe a little shorter in her hip and doesn't handle her hind leg quite as well, but one that's just powerful in the way that she's made, the way that she shapes out of her rib, and the mass that she's got over her back, and the squareness that she's got in her body. You change her out of her hip and on her hind leg a little bit, you'd probably lengthen her ever so slightly. Young man's got a gilt that's probably a little longer body, a little more extended. She's one that's certainly more attractive in the fore region of her body, but one that's maybe not as good right out of her rump as well, maybe not as coordinated on her hind leg. She's not as powerful as the gilt that comes right at us here. And so to me, that's the kind of give and take inside those gilts and kind of how you align them. I like the extra power that I get in this gilt, even though we maybe change her ever so slightly out of her rump. We're going to go to use her second. We'll use the young man's gilt over here to be third. Young man's gilt across the way is going to come next. That's, again, one that's got some dimension and some muscle to her, one that we change on her hind legs a little bit. We'd strengthen her top line and lay her back in her blade just a little bit to make her more competitive. We end with the young lady's gilt, certainly a big frame, long body gilt, one that we maybe offer just a little more power to make her more competitive in the drive. Let's give them a nice hand as they work their way back into the barn.
Congratulations to Baylor Vinegar receiving first place in that class. Second went to Cole Hoyer, and blues for Lucas Hilbrands, Brody Van Rigemorter, and Grayson Franken. Entering the ring now is Cole Hoyer's single entry Hampshire breeding gilt.
First call for the Yorkshire breeding guild class. Taylor, McKenna, Grayson, and Elijah. First call Yorkshire purebred breeding guild class.
Just one Hampshire, but an awfully good gilt, really big body, big top, a big ended kind of a gilt, one that, again, you get off the side of, she's long-bodied, she's level in the way that she's made. You maybe loosen her up a little bit in her stride, but one that, again, you appreciate for her mass and density, her volume, and her squareness. Let's give the young man a nice hand.
Second call for the Yorkshire purebred breeding guild class. Baylor Vinegar Order, McKenna Cleverga, Grayson Franken, and Elijah Deckers. Please start making your way to the ring.
Congratulations to Cole Hoyer receiving first place in that class with a purebred breeding gilt Hampshire. We will now be skipping the Hereford class and going straight to the purebred breeding gilt Yorkshire class with Baylor Van Rigemorter, McKenna Cleverga, Grayson Franken, and Elijah Deckers.
just 4 Yorkshires, but 4 awfully good Yorkshires, and lots to talk about inside of them, and in lots of ways you could probably line them up if you wanted to argue and pick on different things and kind of align them lots of different ways if you wanted to, because they're that good a quality, I think. I think the one of them that combines the most of the best and the least of the worst, from just design and build and squareness and levelness, and one that's got some body and some rib and some power and some mass, yet has a neat kind of a look when you get off the side of her. I think she's a little sore up out of her front end today, and I'm not sure that's with her, because as I read the angle of her shoulder angle is pretty right. She just, I don't know if she got hooked up in the pen or something, but she's just not kind of handling that front end quite like we'd like. But one that's built good, designs good, it's got muscle, got width, got dimension. I like the Young Man's Guild over here to win the class. I think that's the one that's the most problem-free in the drive. I think as you talk about another more problem-free one that's not quite as powerful in her build, not as open up in her skeleton, not as square up over her top and big out of her rump. The Young Ladies Guild that's across the way comes second. That's the good design, another good design one that gets out and moves very well. She is the flattest in the rib. She's the narrowest in her chest. She's the narrowest when she leaves you. She has the least shape when you get on top of her. And so, when you talk about just openness of skeleton, mass and dimension and those kind of things, certainly gives up from that perspective. If we could fix this one's hind leg, then it's a done deal. That's an awesome gilt. Front 2/3 of her are incredible. Got a huge chest and a big back, and one that's got a neat look up into the front third of her body. If you can live with how she used her hind leg, then there is no question that's the one that lives or wins. But to me, that one's just got to be better out of her hind leg. Young lady's got a good design gilt that's just a little plainer up in through her front end, rounds a little bit out of her rump, doesn't handle her hind leg quite as well as some of the other gilts. But a good designed one that was level down her top and has a neat look when you get off the side of it. Really a nice set of Yorkshire gilts. Let's give them a great big round of applause.
Congratulations to Elijah Deckers receiving first place in the Yorkshire Breeding Gilt class. Second place went to McKenna Cleveringa, and blues went to Baylor Vinegar Mortar and Grayson Franken. Entering the ring now, we'll be selecting our champion purebred breeding gilt, which we have Barrett Bleeker with his Berkshire, Baylor Vinegar Mortar with her Duroc, Cole Hoyer with his Hampshire, and Elijah Deckers with his Yorkshire.
really had an excellent set of purebred breeding gilts and some choices to be made in a few of the classes, but you get them out here, and again, you like the design and build of them. Probably a little more variance in some of the different compositions of them, but that's what each of those particular breed gave us. I think the one that compositionally, again, puts the most of the best together, sound and flexible, has got muscle, got some dimension. She's big chested, and she's really got a nice look when you get off the side of her, put her in motion. I like the young man's Berkshire Gilt to be our champion out here in our purebred division.
Congratulations to Barrett Bleeker receiving first place or champion purebred breeding gilt. We will now be pulling Josie Baumgart's Berkshire gilt in for reserve purebred breeding gilt.
Second call for Class 1 crossbred breeding gilt. Isabel, Carter, Lincoln, Mallory, Paisley, Blake.
We had in that second from the Berkshire division, and one that we talked about being tremendously powerful, bull-chested, big top, big-headed. Maybe not as good there out of her hind leg, and how she handles her skeleton, maybe not quite as good, but one that you have to appreciate for her tremendous mass and width. I think the other one that, again, kind of combines soundness and flexibility, design and build and correctness, just skeletal build and cavity, and yet certainly one that you like from a design standpoint. I like the young lady's Duroc gilt to be our reserve champion out here today.
Congratulations to Baylor Vinegar Mortar receiving reserve champion purebred breeding gilt with her purebred Duroc. Entering the ring now is Class 1 of the Crossbred Breeding Guilds. Isabel Lammers, Carter Hoyer, Lincoln Smith, Mallory Scheidemann, Paisley Klein-Waltrink, and Blake Osneek.
really nice set of crossbred gilts, and I think there's 4 here on the front side that are awfully good. And then again, some differences in the way that they're constructed, and you can kind of align them however you want. And I wouldn't argue with you very much. I like this belted, off-belted gilt that's down here, and I think one that the design and build's really good, and one that's square-topped and big-ended. One that's got a good shape to her blade, and she's opening through her full rim. Neat looking when you get off the side of her. I think she's fresher. She's better in her head shape, and she's fresher and just more attractive from that perspective than the gilt that's going to come in too. I think she's just a little, actually, truly wider when she comes right at you. I like the laid back, the blade set of the gilt in two. Maybe a little better than our gilt that wins the class. She's a little better shape out of her shoulder, and it works out of her shoulder just a little better than our class winner. She's a gilt that's strong topped and level rumped and uses her hind leg really well, and that's where she's going to have an advantage over the next 2 gilts that are going to come out, and that she just hinges and uses her hind leg extremely well. But a gilt that I would freshen in through her pole and crown in the front, into her head shape a little bit. She'd want to maybe open up just a little bit right there at the base of her chest and make her just a notch wider and bolder relative to what we had to use to win the class. I love the front 2/3 of the gilt that's going to come out next. Stout featured, bold chested, one that's got a big rib and really got a good engine working inside of her. Really got a tremendous shape. I need to redesign this one's hip and hind leg. She wants to push and waddle outside of herself from behind, but lengthen that one's rump a little bit to make her match the length of side extension that she's got. Same for the young lady's gilt that comes next. We need to redesign this one's hip and rump, make her a little longer rump and more extended, make her handle her hind leg just a little bit differently. She wants to get a little shorter right there in the rump and doesn't get out and kind of travel and handle the ring very well. She's got muscle, she's got shape, she's bold chested. Certainly one that fits the build from that perspective, just needs to be a little better from a design and build standpoint. And we get into 2 gilts there that we probably just need to make a notch stouter and wider all the way throughout. They need to be a little bolder all the way throughout. If we're going to work them up the drive a little bit. They're good design gilts. I simply just need a shot more muscle and width all the way throughout. Let's give them a nice round of applause. A good set of gilts to start off.
Congratulations to Carter Hoyer receiving first place in the first class of crossbred breeding gilts. Second place went to Lincoln Smith, and blues went to Isabel Lammers, Mallory Scheidemann, Paisley Kleinwaltrink, and Blake Osnink. Entering the ring now is class 2 of the crossbred breeding gilts. We have Summer Franken, Bodie Weber, Kinley Franken, and Annika Deckers.
First call for class 3, crossbred breeding gilts, Gail, Anna, Olivia, Elijah, and Blake.
maybe a little bit more challenging set of gilts to get through here in our second class. And I think as you study them, though, there's one of them that's just going to surface, I think, from a build design standpoint, it's the most appropriate, one that's the best out of her angles and the way that she's made, and certainly one that's got more than enough from a width and mass standpoint. Not as highly presented as some, but again, one that if you just go to the fundamentals and think about how they need to be built, one that has to do that. Young lady's gilt right here in front of me be our class winner. I think one that's just level, square, correct, and good built. Compared to the gilt that's going to come second, she's taller shouldered, she's better designed. She's every bit as a bit as wide when you get right on top of her. Compared to the gilt that's going to come third, she's better out of her hip and on her hind leg. Again, she's longer bodied, more extended. So that's kind of the gives and takes inside of them. She's the one that kind of has to surface. Young man's gilt's going to be second, one that we need to make just a notch taller shoulder, make her just a little bit more extended in the way she's made up in through the fore region of her body. Maybe back off the muscle just a little bit and make her just a little better from a balance standpoint. Young lady's gilt that got out is going to be third, one that maybe you change out of her hip and on her hind leg a little bit, stouten her up in her bone work and make her just a little stouter all the way out to match her muscle. Then we end with a big frame gilt that needs to be just a little wider and bolder all the way throughout. Certainly one that's got some frame and length and extension. Let's give our young exhibitors there a nice round of applause.
There is a white pickup parked behind a van right behind the show ring. The license plates are JLR 548. If that is you, can you please move it? It is a white pickup behind the show ring right here. Thank you. Congratulations to Annika Decker receiving first place in that class. Bodie Weber received second, and blues went to Summer Franken and Kinley Franken. In the class now is Class 3 of crossbred breeding gilts, Kale Weber, Anna Osnink, Olivia Fagley, Elijah Deckers, and Blake Osnink.
First ball, Class 4, crossbred breeding gilts, Grayson Franken, Mercy Franken, Otis Franken, Kale England, Ryan Rookman. First ball, Class 4.
Another good class, but I think for me the one to start is the young man's blue gilt across the way. That's the stout featured, a good design, good built one that runs uphill, and a tall shouldered one that's got good shape in through her forerib, one that's got enough muscle when you get right in behind her, yet get off the side and she balances very well. Young lady's gilt across the way is going to come second, maybe just a little bit maybe a little bit more flexible even than our class winner was. That comes at some expense. That's a narrower chested one. That's not as powerful when she comes right at you. Certainly not as powerful when she leaves you. And so give up that mass and width to get that flexibility. It's kind of a give and take on that perspective. Young man's no question got the heaviest muscled one. Big top, big headed, lots of product of power inside that one. Wants to run downhill just a little bit, little plainer jawed, faced up fronted, just a little rounder in her overall build. You'd maybe lengthen her out and extend her out just a little bit to make her more competitive with the gilts above her. Young man across the way with The belted gilt's going to come next, and that's a tall-shouldered, long-bodied one. We need to open that one up in her rib a little bit, give her a little more cage, give her just a little more flank and body to make her match the tremendous mass that she's got up over the top side of her skeleton. So just bold her out, loosen her up in her center body to match the muscle she's got. And we're going to end with one that, again, we just offer a little more width and power to relative to the class, but a good design gilt. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Blake Osnick receiving first place in that class. Anna Osnick got second, and Kayla Weber, Olivia Fagley, and Elijah Deckers received a blue. Entering the ring now is Class 4 of the Crossbred Breeding Guilds. We have Grayson Franken, Berkeley Franken, Bowden Franken, Kale England, and Ryer Rutman.
First call for Class 5 of Crossbred Breeding Guild. Taylor Turner Warrior, Colvin Dong, Quinton Pine Waltering, and Sawyer Bleeker.
The show order for the ribbon auction tomorrow has been posted on the outside of the fair office. So if you would like to check that to make sure you're on it and you are where you need to be, I would highly recommend that today so you are in the program where you need to be. So if you have a chance, go check the show program for the ribbon auction tomorrow, taped to the outside of the fair office. Thank you.
Another good class, and I think for me, one to as I break it down, there's one to win, and then kind of varying differences in what you want to accept and how you want to kind of put the rest of them together. I'd like the Young Ladies Guild here straight in front of me to win the class. I think if you can see, if you've been ringside and you've been watching, she is without question the most athletic guild to the drive. Couple that with the fact that she's the boldest chested, she's the squarest in her rib, she's the stoutest in her stifle, she's the biggest as she gets away from us, and then the fact that she can just handle the ring, get out and move and motor all the way throughout, I think she just puts lots of really good things together. And we got some give and take inside the other guilds that remain. I think the one to me that is the next stoutest and boldest chested and biggest down her back and squarest when you study her in through her rib and the stoutest in just to her feature is, and yet probably the next most comfortable right there on her hind leg is the young man's kind of calico gilt. We're going to follow with her. I like that, the chest in full rib that one's got and the shape of the rib that she's got a big kind of a blade inside of her, square up over her back. Where do we need to fix her? I think if you're ringside, you can see she needs to be better on her pass turns. We need to be more comfortable in the way that she steps right there from behind. But I think you're going to say that about the next two also. And so when you take that out and just say, okay, none of them are perfect there, that's the one that probably comes with the most chest, the most squareness, and the most mass that we had. Like we had in our class order. Young man's guild here comes next. That's a one that from a silhouette you like really well. Design is extremely good. Really nice up in through her neck and head. Study her relative to the other two. She comes some narrower at her chest. She comes some flatter in her rib. And she's certainly one that is not as wide when you get right in behind her. Want to clean her through her joints as well, particularly when you get there on her hocks from behind. So we want to change the way her hind leg sets. Young lady's got a big topped one that's bold, but wants to let both of the hind legs just bow at their hocks out from behind. We need to square this one at the top of her tail. Just square it up, set her hind leg into her a little differently. But that one's a stout mugged one that's got a big forelimb, and I like that about her. Young man's going to end the class, one that I like the design of really well, tall-shouldered, one that's level top, level rumped, needs to be stouter in her feature, one that needs to be a little bit, just a little cleaner all the way throughout her skeletal build. Nice set of gilts. Again, let's give them a great big round of applause.
Congratulations to Grayson Franken receiving first place and Kale England receiving second. Blues went to Berkeley Franken, Bowden Franken, and Ryan Rutman. Entering the ring now is Class 5 of Crossbred Breeding Gilts with Baylor Van Rigemorter, Colvin Dong, Quinn Kleinwald-Trank, and Sawyer Bleeker.
Again, a few more gives and takes inside of the class, and certainly some that some things that talk about. I think the one that I guess just from a soundness standpoint, body shape, just dimension of rib and internal shape, one that's got a big chest and a big top, and one that gets out and kind of handles her shoulder and the way that she's made up out of her forelimb the best. Opens up with the most shape in through her rib and body is the young lady's belted gilt. We're going to go ahead and start with her. I think one that's plenty juicy for me, to be honest with you. Just probably need to back off the feed bucket on that one just a little bit. But I think one that, again, sound and flexible, has got body dimension, got rib, and more importantly, gets out and just balances and puts all those things together. Young man's got a really nice kind of what I call target top gilt that balances very good from the side. She's tall-shouldered, she's long-bodied. She is, by some margin, the flattest rib gilt in the class. I mean by a great margin. She doesn't have any shape in through her full rib. She doesn't open up with any center shape to her body. We just need to power that one up from a rib and dimension standpoint. We're going to make her run with the gilt that started the class. But from levelness and squareness, correctness, just in the way that she's built, shoulder to hip and levelness, that's the one that comes next best. Going to go with the blue gilt to come next. That's a stout feature gilt. It's got a big forelimb, certainly a big chested one that's got shape. You can see we need to redesign this one's rump and hind leg just a little bit. She wants to tuck underneath herself, drop her tail, and just maybe not use her hind leg quite as well. We're going to end with the black gilt, one that we'd offer a little more stoutness to match the dimension that she's got as far as body's concerned. Offer just a little more foot and substance, but a long body gilt, one that's extended, and I like that about her. Good set of gilts. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Baylor Van Rugenmotor receiving first place in that class. Sawyer Bleeker received second. Colvin Dong and Quinn Klein-Waltrink received blues. Entering the ring now is Class 6 of the Crossbred Breeding Guilds. Josie Baumgars, Grayson Franken, Cole Hoyer, and Paisley Klein-Waltrink.
Another good set of gilts, and again, I think a close top pair for me as I analyze this particular class, and then to me a logical third, and then a logical fourth, and I think it gets there's lots to talk about. Start talking about the young ladies predominantly black gilt across the way. I think that's the good body, good design, powerful one of the class. I think she's bold chested, she's big top, she's big ended, and she's got a neat kind of a look when you get off the side of her. She's one that is better out of her hip. She's better set on her hind leg, and she uses her hind leg just a little bit more athletically than the young man's gilt that's going to come second. That's a stouter featured one as far as her bone work and her front leg, and I like that about her. She's got a huge forelimb. She's a long-bodied gilt that's extended. Maybe doesn't handle her hind leg quite as well. Wants to particularly stab that left hind leg just a little bit. Not as fresh and open up in her rib. Doesn't have that extra spring and spread to her body that we find the gilt that we drive the class off with. But I think a good level designed one that's stout featured. She's better headed. She's more attractive. She's bigger forelimb. She's just better made up in to the front third of her body than the gilt that's going to come next. A young lady's got a powerful gilt that's big topped and got lots of body and dimension. You can see that we'd lay her shoulder back. We'd ease her on her hind leg just a little bit. If we're going to change her, we're going to end with the biggest frame gilt, but some the flattest ribbed and the hardest bodied, some the narrowest gauge, both fore and rear. And so we'd make this one just a little stouter and bolder if we're going to get her up in the drive. Again, a really nice set of gilts. Let's give those young exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Josie Baumgars receiving first place in that class. Second place went to Cole Hoyer. Grayson Franken and Paisley Kleinwalter received blues. We are now going to select our champion crossbred breeding gilt. So out of class 1, we have Carter Hoyer. Out of class 2, we have Annika Deckers. Out of class 3, we have Blake Osnink. Out of class 4, Grayson Franken. Out of class 5, Baylor Van Rigemorter. And out of class 6, Josie Baumgars. After selecting the champion crossbred breeding gilt, we will select an overall breeding gilt. So we will take Barrett Bleeker's Berkshire against who wins now.
First call for Barrett Bleeker to have his Berkshire ready for overall champion breeding gilt. First call for Barrett Bleeker, champion Berkshire for the overall breeding gilt.
Really an excellent set of crossbred gilts to get through today. And if you're ringside again, I'd ask you to put your hands together. Let's congratulate our finalists and our seconds in this division. I think, again, just lots of quality throughout the day in each of the classes. Lots of things that we talk about, and you get them out here, and again, their build is good. Their design, their level, they're square, they're correct from the side. Their shoulders and hips match. They get out and they move well, and they got a neat kind of a build when you get off the side of them. Obviously, varying degrees of condition, varying degrees of muscle, varying degrees of structure or stoutness in the way that they're constructed. But I think, just general build and design, they match really well. I think there's one of them that, I use the term athletic to describe her. She's every bit as stout and wide as any of them. She's every bit as bold and muscular as any of them, and yet her angles are so good. I mean, I think she could run this ring all day, and to be that stout, massive, and wide as far as chest, body, and muscle, and yet still get out and motor like she does, that's an awfully hard thing to do. I like the young ladies guild here in front of me.
Congratulations to Grayson Franken for getting it champion crossbred breeding guild out of class 4. We will now be inviting back Kale England's second place out of class 4.
We had in that second from that class, and we talked about, this one, like in the front 2/3 of her, but maybe not quite as good on her hind leg. And I think if you get her out here and you compare her to the other ones, I think it becomes even more elementary that she's not maybe quite as good right out there in that rear third of her body as we find in the other gilts that we have to use here in the ring. And so maybe doesn't quite get out in the mix and push quite as hard as we'd like. There's another one that I think is very unique for the way that she's constructed, and just got a tremendous forelimb and extremely tall shoulder, runs uphill, and certainly I think stout enough or bold enough in her chest. I'm not going to tell you she's the boldest chest one, because that's not the truth, but I think bold enough in her chest, and I think one that builds extremely well from the side, and yet very flexible and does a lot of good things. I like the young man's blue gill here to be reserved.
Congratulations to Blake Osnink receiving Reserve Champion Crossbred Breeding Guild out of Class 3. We will now be selecting an overall breeding guild. So we will be welcoming back Grayson Franken with her Champion Crossbred Breeding Guild and Barrett Bleeker with his Champion Burke.
Really had an excellent breeding guild show, and I think you got two really nice representatives from each of the particular divisions. Awfully good Berkshire Guild here, and one that, again, design is good and build, shoulder and hip and the way that she's constructed is excellent. Proportions really well, and, it's got some shape of body and some muscularity. One that, just puts lots of good things in one package. Then you got a cross gilt that I think is just tremendously athletic, and one that's square and stout and wide and bold and has got lots of muscle, and yet just handles it, I think, extremely well. It's hard to lay that kind of squareness and mass and that kind of muscle in a package that can get out and just motor like that one does, and I think that one does it extremely well. I like the crossbred gilt to be our champion.
Congratulations to Grayson Franken receiving champion overall breeding gilt with her crossbred. We are welcoming Blake Osnick back into the ring with his second place.
Well, an awfully good gilt to drop back in. We talked about her being tall-shouldered and stout and having a big forelimb, and one that just designs, I think, extremely well from the side. I think the one, though, that probably follows our champion just from a mass and muscularity standpoint, from a design and build standpoint, I like the Berkshire gilt to be our reserve champion out here today.
Congratulations to Barrett Bleeker receiving reserve overall breeding gilt. We will now be moving on to our purebred market gilt show with our Berkshire.
Second call for Lydia Bleeker's Berkshire Purebred Market Gilt. This is also going to be the first call for a Purebred Market Gilt Duroc. This will be by alternate in the regular order. So please be on deck with your Herber, Lydia, and Myra Gilt. It's going for an order to your turn. There's only one in each of those classes, so let's keep moving on it, please.
Entering the ring is Lydia Bleeker's purebred market gilt.
Just one Berkshire gilt here in our market division, but again, a good gilt, stout featured, one that's got a big forelimb, big foot. She's got muscle when you get on top of her. She's big out of her rump, and that's got a neat look when you get off the side of her. Her balance is very good, her proportions are good, and one that just kind of puts a lot of good things in one package. Let's give our young exhibitor here a nice round of applause. just two here in our Duroc market gilts, but I think one that just commands the class, young man's gilt that's closest to me. That's the good designed one that's strong down her top and good in her rump. She's muscular down her top. She's big out of her hip, and yet one that balances well when you get behind her. I think she just does a lot of good things. Young man gilt here to my left will be our second, and a bigger frame gilt, probably a little longer body, but not as bold, not as stout, not as powerful as we find in our class winner. So she'll be second. Let's give them a nice round of applause. A good set of Duroc gilts.
Second call for Lydia Leaker-Herford. First call for Ryan Rose.
Congratulations to Brody Vintergrimorter receiving first place with his purebred market Duroc. Second place went to Quinn Kleinwall-Trink. Entering the ring now is Lydia Bleeker's Hereford purebred market gilt.
Just one here in our Hereford division, certainly a big skeleton, long-spined one that certainly has got a big kind of a rump on her, one that's lean and clean and gets out and moves well in the ring. A nice market gilt. Let's give her a nice hand.
Entering the ring is Ryan Rootman, spotted gilt.
First call for Brody Vintergrimorter for Berkshire Gill.
Just one here in our spot division, and again, one that I like really well. That's a good built one that's flexible, works out of her shoulder well. She uses her hip well. Her chest is good. Her shape's good. She's got a good kind of a build all the way throughout. Really nice spot gilt. Let's give our young exhibitor here a nice round of applause.
Congratulations with Ryan Rootman, spotted gilt, receiving first place, and Brody Vintergrimorter is entering the ring with his purebred market gilt Yorkshire.
Again, just one Yorkshire here, and that's a good kind of a gilt, big-footed and tall shouldered, got a good blade into her, opens up in good shape down her top, and big out of her rump. You'd maybe change her ever so slightly there on her hind leg, but her side build is extremely good. Her proportions are really good, shapely and muscular, stout and wide bull. Let's give our young exhibitor here, give him a nice hand.
Congratulations on Brody Vinegar placing first in the purebred Yorkshire gilt class. We will now be selecting our champion purebred market gilt. So we have Lydia Bleeker with her first place Berkshire, Brody Vinegar with his first place Duroc, Lydia Bleeker with her first place Hereford, Ryer Rootman with his first place Spotted, and Brody Vinegar with his first place York.
First call from Lady Franken, Chester White, Market Barrow. First call, Lady Franken, Chester White, Market Barrow.
Really a nice set of market gilts to work through today, and if you're ringside, I'd ask you, let's put our hands together and give these young exhibitors a nice round of applause. I think you get them out here, and again, they're hugs that got some muscle and width and some product and some power in them. I think there's one of them's probably a notch stouter in her feature. One of them's probably got just a little more dimension. Moreover, it is important. It's probably just a little better on her hip and hind leg, and body's up just probably a little better. So from a general build, just builds a little better from the side. Has every bit as much muscle and dimension. I think one that they just kind of puts a lot of things together in one package. I like the young lady's Berkshire Gill on this end to be our champion. There was no other Burke in that division, and so that leaves these out. And I think the one that pushed our champion the hardest, I like the front 2/3 of very well. Big chested, big backed, and certainly one that's got a neat look in the 4 2/3 of her body. If you're going to change her, you just redesign her hip and hind leg a little bit, raise her tail, square her hock, and make it just a little bit better in the way that she constructs in that portion of her body. But I certainly like a lot of things about the red gilt. Duroc's going to be our reserve champion out here today.
Second call for Lady Franken, Chester White, Market Barrow. Second call, Lady Franken, Chester White, Market Barrow.
Congratulations to Lydia Bleeker receiving champion purebred market gilt with her Berkshire, and Brody Vinegar for receiving his reserve champion purebred market gilt with his Duroc. Entering the ring now is Lainey Franken with her purebred market barrel Chester White.
First call, Lady Red Market Barrow, Duroc, 8
just one Chester here, but an awfully good one, and a breed that I have an affinity for, and so one that I think, again, you really like the design. He's got a good forelimb. His chest is good. He's got a big kind of a rump, and yet his build is very good. Got a little something going on there in his lower jaw, but I don't think it's anything that's in him. I think he's got just a little swelling there, but I think his design and build, his flexibility is extremely good. His hip and hind leg is really good. That's an awfully good kind of a Chester barrel right here. Well, let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Laney Franken receiving first place with her Chester White Market Barrel. Now entering the ring is the Purebred Market Barrel Durox with Gabe Skibout, Emmett Rootman, Lucas Hilbrands, Caden Holstein, Baylor Van Ergemorter, and Cole Hoyer.
First call for the Hampshire Market Barrels. Parker with 2, Kate Young with 1. First call for the Purebred Market Barrel Hampshire.
Nice set of red barrels here, and I think there's one that just kind of, I'll be honest with you, he kind of smokes them, and I think he's an awfully good one. I like the young man's red barrel straight here in front of me, and I think that's a very nice red one. I think level, square, correct, got good shape, got good muscle. Comes at you, and he's got an authentic chest floor. He leaves you, and he's stout in his stifle, and he's get off the side of him. He runs uphill, and he's got a great look from a balance standpoint. His rib is right, his flank is right. He's not. He just kind of puts all those things in one package. He wins, and he wins it. I think pretty handily. Young lady's got probably a stouter featured one. Got a bigger forelimb, bigger foot, and he's more burly in the way he's constructed maybe than what the class winner was. That comes at an expense. You can make one big boned if you just simply make him older. That one is older. You can see that in his crest and the way that he's made at the top of his blade and the way his chine comes up out of the top of his shoulder. And so that one's just kind of starting to wear on his age, and that's starting to show about it. He's sound. He's flexible. He's got some shape when you get into his 10th rib there, and you get out over his rump. He's got some muscle, and so I mentioned we just need to freshen him up in his top line to make him a little bit more competitive. Like the young man's younger barrel here to come next, and a good built one from the side, shoulder and hip match, and he's level, and he's correct in the way that he's made. We just need to maybe offer that one a shot more mass and width, open him up in his chest just a little bit. to make him more competitive. Young man's barrel along the fence that he's struggling with a little bit comes next. That's a big centered one. Really got a robust rib and a deep flank and certainly a big topped one. Runs a little more jammed together, a little shorter out of his rump and not as just genuinely attractive in his overall build, but he's powerful and I like that about him. Young man's darker colored barrel comes next, and that's a long spined one that's extended, and he's one that's got some muscle when he get out over his rump. He's not as good in his chest floor. He's a little rounder in the way that he's shaped in his shoulder. He's certainly flatter in the way that he's made in through his rib. Then we end with one that's, again, a little shorter and rounder, maybe a little shorter coupled and doesn't have the length and extension that we have in some of the other barrels. Really a nice set of Durocs, a very good one there on the front side. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Emmett Rootman receiving first place with his purebred market Duroc barrel. Second place went to Baylor Van Riggemorter, and blues went to Gabe Skibout, Lucas Hilbrands, Caden Hallstein, and Cole Hoyer. Entering the ring now is our purebred market barrel Hampshires, with MacArthur Skydman having 2 and Tate Van Dong having 1.
First call for the purebred market barrel spotted by Rootman and Summer Franken. On deck, you have your purebred market barrel Yorkshires with Marco Stedman, Cody Weber,
Just 3 here in our Hampshire division, and again, just like in the Durocs, I think there's one to win, and that's the young man straight in front of me's barrel. That's the powerfully constructed, wide-built, big top, big-ended one. That's bold-chested and got a big kind of a rump. He's square when you get on top of him, and he's bold when you get him right behind him. I think he's a good place to start. Congratulations to that young man. I think we got 2 of them a little closer together. I like the young man's barrel here to come next. That's a bigger outlined one, that's longer spine. I think he's more shapely when you get out over his rib. He's certainly got a lot more muscle when you get into the rear third of his body. And we end with one that's a level designed pig that's lean, maybe not quite the muscle inside of that barrel that we had in some of the other hugs on the front side. Let's give him a nice round of applause, a nice set of Hampshires.
Congratulations to Tate Van Dong receiving first, MacArthur receiving second, and MacArthur also receiving a blue. Entering the ring now is Ryan Rootman and Summer Franken with their spotted market barrels.
First call bars for the Yorkshire market barrel, Marco Stedman, Cody Weber, Brody Van Riggemorter, and Cale England. There's only 2 in the class before you might want to start heading to the ring.
Just 2 here in our spot division, and again, I think one to start on is the young lady's barrel here straight in front of me. That's the big featured stout mold, proportional barrel that's bolder chested, bigger top, bigger ended. Got a good blade, got good shape, good body. One that's presented extremely well. Both of them you'd like to change on their hind leg just a little bit, the way that they handle their hind leg, and so when you separate that and just say, okay, that's a non-factor, that's the stouter, wider, bolder, square one that's got just more muscle. I like this one's front end. He's really kind of geek-necked in the way that he's made up in through his front end, and I like that about him. He's a tall-shouldered one, and I like that about him. He's not as bold in his rib. He's not as big in his back. He's not as stout and powerful when you get right into the rear third of his body, as we find in the barrel that starts the class, but one that's unique in his own way. My congratulations to both those exhibitors. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Summer Franken receiving first place with her spotted barrel, and second place went to Ryan Rootman. Entering the ring now is the purebred market barrel Yorks with Margot Skydman, Bodie Weber, Brody Van Riggemorter, and Cale England.
Really an excellent set of Yorkshire Barrows, and again, for me, I think it's probably a top pair for me in this particular class, and I think they're both right here in front of me. And then when you analyze that pair, there's one of them that's just got a few more ESTs. He's bigger and he's stouter, and he's bigger in his top, and he's bigger in square, and he's more ST when you study him out over his rump, and the way that he's got muscle and dimension. He's bolder when you study him right at the base of his chest and the squareness that he's got over top. I like the smaller young man's Yorkshire Barrow to win the class. I think the taller young man here's Barrow is probably a little stouter footed, and he's got a bigger blade. He's a little just stouter in his forearm, and I like that about him. Maybe not as muscular when you study him over his top. Certainly not as big when you study him out over his rump, but one that I think from a levelness and squareness standpoint, I think pushes our class winner pretty hard. Young man's Barrow comes next, and one that's just a little more conventional in his build, a little rounder and more conventional in the way that he's shaped, but certainly one that's muscular and stout and wide and bold. I like that about him. And with the young ladies' Barrow, the one that's good designed and one that looks like he maybe has a little future left in him, but we just need to have him offer him a little more just power, mass, and width if we're going to use him up in the drive today. Really a nice set of Yorkshires. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Cale England receiving first place with his Yorkshire Barrow. Second place went to Brody Van Rigamorter, and blues went to Margot Scheidemann and Bodie Weber. We are now going to be selecting our purebred market Barrow. So we will have Lainey Franken with her Chester White, Emmett Rootman with his Dura, Tate Van Dong with his Hampshire, Summer Franken with her Spotted Barrow, and Cale England with his York.
Again, if you're ringside, I know I've done it a bunch, but I'd ask you one more time for sure. I know I'm going to ask you again and again, but give them a nice big round of applause for each of our division winners in our peer division. Really an outstanding set of peers, and we set the tone with a little Chester, and I think that's an awfully good prospect. I think his days are going to be very, very good when you get to Des Moines, and maybe even a little later than that. That one's awfully good. And then, we talk about the spot being stout and bold and wide, and the Hampshire, that's a stout, good one that's bold and got lots of muscle and product and kind of a neat build off the side of him. And the Duroc, I actually asked the young man, I remembered him in the showmanship class. I thought, ooh, I saw him in the showmanship class. This is going to be a good purebred show today if this is the quality we got to work with. That's a really good designed one that's stout and wide and bold and got a neat look when you get on top of him. And then the Yorkshire Barrow comes in, and then actually when the young man gets him back out on the drive and he starts to ask him for what he can give me, then he kind of puts all those things together. I really like the Yorkshire Barrow. That's a stout, square, wide one that's got muscle and dimension. When you get him in motion, he kind of puts all those things together. He'll be our champion out here today.
Congratulations to Cale England receiving champion purebred market Barrow. We are welcoming Brody's second place out of that class.
We had in that second, and we talked about him being a stout featured one with a big blade, forearm and foot, and having a neat kind of a neat kind of build in the way that he's made that portion of his body. Not as powerful up top as we find in our eventual champion, but certainly one that's sound and flexible. And I think for me, then that becomes a decision between him and the Duroc barrel. That Duroc barrel just proportions so well, and his build and design is so good. He's probably just a nickel fresher when you get right over his back and study him coming out of his blade. He turns just a little harder right along his edge and probably has just a little bit more center shape when you study the way he's constructed. The Yorkshire Barrel's probably got an advantage of the stoutness of foot, but I think the true muscle and dimension standpoint lies with the Duroc barrel. We're going to use him for reserve champion out here today.
Congratulations to Emmett Rootman receiving reserve champion purebred market barrel with his Duroc.
Second call for Class 1, Crossroad Market Hill. Mallory, Paisley, Jessica, Angel, Lucas, Berkeley, and Lady.
In the ring now is our first class of crossbred market guilds. We've got Mallory Scheidemann, Paisley Klein-Waltrink, Jessica Mormon, Angel Heisman, Lucas Hilbrands, Berkeley Franken, and Laney Franken.
First call for Class 2, Crossroad Market Hill. Lincoln Smith, Guyer Rootman, Mason Roseville, Kinley Franken, Gail English. First call, Class 2.
first class of crossbred market gilts. I think for me, the logical place to start is the young ladies gilt that's right in front of me. Again, a great silhouetted gilt that's got a good design and build, a big top, big ended one that's shapely, got a big chest, and yet a neat from a proportion standpoint. I think builds extremely well. Young man clear down there is going to be second, maybe a notch stouter featured than what our class winner is. And by that, I mean that gilt's got probably just a little bigger forelimb and a bigger foot. Not as tall shouldered, not as good out of a rump, not as extended in her overall pattern, but one that's stout and square and wide and bold, and I certainly like those things about her. Young lady right here is going to come next, and one that is, again, tall shouldered and shapely, wants to pinch in her ham-loin junction, wants to tuck her tail underneath her and kind of put her hind leg down underneath herself from behind. We need to maybe square that one out of her rump, maybe lengthen her rump and open her up in that portion of her body. Along the rail, the one that's fighting comes next, and she too is one that we want to change right there in her ham-loin junction, and the way that she's made into the rear third of her body, the way that she handles her hind leg. We just pull that leg back and square her up out of that rump. We'd open that one up in her forerib just a little bit and give her a little more center body shape as well. Young lady's white gilt's going to come next, a good bodied one that's shapely over her top. We'd redesign her rump and the way that she's made there. Then the belted gilt's going to come next, a good design, level made one. There simply needs more mass and power. Same for the young lady's black target gilt there along the rail, or fighting there in the corner, one that you just offer a little bit more mass and width to if we're going to move her up the drive. Really a nice set of gilts. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Lainey Franken receiving first in that class. Lucas Hilbrun's got second, and blues went to Mallory Scheidemann, Paisley Klein-Waltrink, Jessica Mormon, Angel Heisman, and Berkeley Franken. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of Crossbred Market Gilts, Lincoln Smith, Ryer Rutman, Mason Rosebohm, Kinley Franken, and Kale England.
we don't have a lot of numbers in this particular class, but we have a tremendous amount of quality, and it took me a little longer to kind of arrive at alignment on them because of that. And I think that's hats off to you young people and your parents. Really an outstanding set of pigs to drive here in this particular drive. I keep coming back to one, and as a judge, when you do that, then you probably found your home and where you need to go to. I really like the build and design, the flexibility, and the way this particular gilt kind of comes together from the side. She's neat-necked, she's good design, good build, muscular, yet gets out and mobile, she's flexible. We're going to go ahead and use the young man's gilt straight away from me to win the class. I think this puts a lot of really good things in one package. Young man, closest to me next here comes second. I think one that's maybe a stouter featured in her bone work than what our class winner is. Not as good at her ham-loin junction, certainly not as good when you study her from a extension in front end and the way that she's made in that portion of her body. She gets a little coarser and more mug-headed in the way she's made in that region of her body, just a little plainer in the way that she's made, but a stout featured one that's got muscle and got dimension. She's got shape and power. Young man's got another good one that's a little plainer faced and headed, but certainly one that's got muscle and dimension, one that wants to set up outside of her skeleton just a little bit. And by that I mean when she puts her foot to the ground, her actual hock is outside of the way the top of her skeleton moves, and so we just need to pull them back in and make them move just a little bit more appropriately from behind. Where's our young lady? Same thing for the young lady's guild over there. When that one's feet want to go to the ground, her hind legs get completely outside of her skeleton. We just need to pull that one back in, rein her in a little bit, and make her just a little more correct. And we end with one that's certainly a good balanced one, but just doesn't have the power and mass that we find in the other gilts in the drive. Really a nice set of gilts. Let's give them a great big round of applause.
Congratulations to Mason Rosenbaum receiving first place in that class. Lincoln Smith got second, and blues went to Ryan Rutland, Kinley Franken, and Kale England. Entering the ring now is Crossbred Market Class 3, 2 with Anna Osning, 1 for Carter Hoyer, Olivia Fagley, and Summer Franken.
Another excellent set of gilts, and I think, again, ones that you got to kind of sort your way through. I like the young man's gilt closest to me to go ahead and win the drive. I think that's the one that, again, build and design and flexibility along with muscle, width, and dimension. That's the one that puts all those things together. I think that gilt's advantage, it comes in her hind leg, and that she's more flexible in the way that she uses her hind leg. She reaches and grabs the ground and pulls through and uses it better than the gilt that's going to come second. That's a gilt that's got a big shape over her top, and she's big out of the rump, yet she's very attractive when you get to the side. Young lady straight away is going to have the gilt in second. She too's got one that's got quite a bit of muscle, really shapes well, but behind her shoulder and opens up with a turn right there. You'd fix her ever so slightly in her hem-loin junction, and you change her out of her hip and on her hind leg in the way that she goes from behind, but that one's powerful. She's stout, wide, and bold. She might be the boldest chested of all the gilts in the drive. Young ladies predominantly, or more predominantly white one comes next, and another good built one that I really like from the side and really balanced as well. She's one that maybe is not as extreme from a mass and width standpoint as we find in our top two, but certainly one that's got more than enough and really a nice presence and a nice look, and one that I think balances extremely well and certainly got enough muscle. Young man's black gilt comes next, and one that's got shape and dimension and product and power. She wants to get a little high-centered, wants to tuck underneath herself from behind a little bit. She's a little drier and harder in her ribbon body, but one that's got shape and muscle, power and dimension. She's better on her hind leg than the gilt that's going to complete the class. Certainly the biggest muscled one drops out next, but one that, as you can see, kind of pushes out of her hip and doesn't handle her hind leg quite as well as we need her to. Another excellent set of gilts. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Anna Osnink receiving first and second in that class. Carter Hoyer, Olivia Fagley, and Summer Franken received blues. Moving on to class 4, crossbred market gilts. We have 2 with Lydia Beaker, Annika Deckers, Josie Baumgars, and Braylee Cleveringa.
Anna O'Tate, can you bring your class winner from class 3 back to the ring? Anna O'Tate, your class 3 winner, you can bring it back to the ring for overall drive after class 4.
In the ring is class 4, crossbred market gilts, Lydia Bleeker, Annika Deckers,
So we're on our Market Guild division. I think we got another excellent class, and I think we got a place to start, and I think they just kind of fit together for me as I analyze them. The one to start is, to me, the Young Ladies Guild that's coming across the ring right here, and I think one that, again, when you study that one side build and design, her flexibility and her squareness, her muscularity, and just the way she's built from top to bottom, front to rear. She's long, she's extended, she's square, she's wide, she's muscular. Is she the biggest bone one out here? No, she's not. I don't necessarily get off on that. We don't eat bone sandwiches, so they don't do me a lot of good. But I think that one's build and design and flexibility and squareness, her muscle, her width, and her body, I think do just a lot of really good things. Young lady's got one that is a little stouter bone. Maybe runs this, when you study this one's hip and hind leg, wants to get underneath herself a little bit from behind. It's a little shorter and more jammed up in her neck, and doesn't maybe come out of her front end quite as well as we find in our eventual class winner. And then when you study her genuineness, she doesn't go to the ground quite as wide, or she's not as good at the base of her rib as we find in our eventual class winner, but that's a stout featured one. That one's got muscle. That one's got dimension. I like that about her. Young lady across the way has got the one that comes next, one that's leveled out her top and level in her rump. One that comes some shorter sided, comes shorter rump, and not as extended in overall pattern, but certainly one that you like. She's level over her top. She's, again, just real level and square the way that she's made. Young man's got one that comes next. If we could redesign this one's hind leg just a little bit, wants to stab one of them just outside of her skeleton a little bit from behind, and not necessarily use it quite as well as we'd like to, but that one's got shape and product, and he's got mass over her top. She's got a big kind of a rump, and I like that about her. Got a big framed one that's got a big back that's over there that's going to come next, just tremendously wide top. Shorter rump, a little round rod of her rump. She doesn't have as much dimension from behind to match what she's got on the top side of her skeleton, but one that you like, from a massive build standpoint with body and dimension. Again, another excellent set of gilts. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Josie Baumgars receiving first place in Class 4. Second place went to Lydia Bleeker, and blues went to Annika Deckers, Lydia Bleeker, and Braylon Cleverga. We will now be selecting our champion crossbred market guild. So entering the ring is going to be Lainey Franken out of Class 1, Mason Rosenbaum out of Class 2, Anna Osink out of Class 3, and Josie Baumgars out of Class 4.
let's put our hands together and congratulate our finalists here in our Market Guild division, CrossBred. Really an outstanding set of guilds to work through, and again, lots of quality in each of those classes, and lots to talk about as we kind of work through them. I think it gets down to these four, and I think when you get these four pulled apart, it really gets down to a pair of them. And we think about just design and build and squareness and mass and muscularity and just flexibility and the way that they kind of come and go. And there's little things that separate that pair of them. And I think there's one of them that's probably just as not stout or structured. There's one of them that's just a little longer spine, a little more extended. One of them has probably got just a notch more mass in dimension when you study it relative to the other here today. And so that's kind of the give and take inside of them. I like the one that's, again, just a little bit, just a little more massive and square and muscular, and one that's got just a little bit more spread and dimension, along with being athletic and put together in the way that she's constructed. I like the guild.
Congratulations to Josie Baumgars receiving Champion Crossbred Market Guild. Out of Class 4, we just welcomed back the second place Lydia Bleeker in that class.
We talked about that one in class, maybe not as good up out of her shoulder and front end. Runs a little shorter necked and just a little rounder in the way that she's made up out of that. Then you'd change her hind leg ever so slightly. I thought the one that really pushed our champion, I think, is one that is every bit as square up top, as far as shape. He's not as massive and wide, not as burly in the way that she's constructed, but a little stouter footed, maybe a little bolder, when you talk about just her density of bone and those kind of things, and one that I think builds and designs every bit as well. I think one that has just lots and lots of quality. I like your young lady to be our reserve champion out here today. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Anna Osning getting reserve champion Crossbred Market Guild out of Class 3. We will now be selecting an overall Market Guild. Entering the ring now is our champion Crossbred Market Guild, Josie Baumgars, and our champion Purebred Market Guild, Lydia Bleeker. So we can choose an overall champion Market Guild.
I think two excellent guilds, and I think represent their particular divisions, I think, extremely well. I think, again, there's one of them that build, design, and mass and dimension. I think spread and just muscularity, she just overwhelms them. I like the crossbred gilt to be our champion market gilt.
Animal team, please bring up your reserve crossbred market hill.
Congratulations to Josie Baumgars receiving overall champion market gilt. We are now selecting a reserve overall market gilt.
I think one that, again, we talked about when we used her to be reserve in the cross division. Stoutness and squareness is good, and build and design is good and flexible, and certainly one that spread and's got enough muscle. We'll keep the crossbreds together. The reserve cross will be the reserve gilt.
Congratulations to Anna Osnink receiving reserve overall market gilt. Entering the ring now is our crossbred market barrels class 1. Isabel Lammers has 2, Lainey Franken, Berkeley Franken, Tyson Hallstein, and Olivia Fagley.
In the ring with our first class of barrels is Isabel Lammers, Lainey Franken, and Isabel Lammers with their second one, Berkeley Franken, Tyson Holstein, and Olivia Fagley.
First call for class 2, market barrels, Emmett, Anna, Angel, Lincoln, Joki, Annika. First call, class 2.
Good class to get started off with, and we're not weighing them, we're judging them. And I think when you judge them and you just think about quality, there's one of them that kind of surfaces to the top. He's not the heaviest one, and I think he's probably close to the lightest one in the drive, but I think he's probably, without question, the highest quality one. I like the young lady's bear straight here in front of me to win the class. I think that's an excellent bear. I mean, he's square, level, correct. I think he's got a great build from the side. His look and his balance, his proportions are really good. Big forelimb, tall shouldered, runs uphill, got a great hind leg, huge chested, really got a neat look through his head and neck. I think he balances and just proportions very well. The one that pushes him the hardest is the young lady across the way there that's going to follow him right out. Maybe not as good at the, with the top of his neck and the crown of his poll there, and not as good, gets a little more Roman built right up in that portion of his neck. He's a little thicker and deeper in his jaw and the jawline and the way that he's made. He's proportionally not as wide when he get to the ground as we find in our eventual class winner. That's a stout featured one. That's a tall shoulder one. That's a long bodied one. That's got muscle and dimension. And I certainly like that about it. Like the young lady's barrel here that's going to come next, a level design one that's good built from the side. He's a little drier. When I see that, if you look right at the top of his blade and put your hand right there, you can feel his chine bone coming up out of the top of his shoulders. So time is kind of working on him just a little bit. And so we just need to freshen him up. Like the white barrel to come next, stout featured one. He's good chested. He's good shaped over his top. Want to redesign his hip and hind leg. Like the belted one along the rail to come next. Again, a good design one that we need just more shot, more product, and then in with the one that's good built, but simply just gives up a mass and width and performance to the other pigs in the drive. Really a nice set of barrows. Let's give them a nice big round of applause.
Congratulations to Lainey Franken receiving first in that class. Second went to Berkeley Franken. Blues went to Isabel Lammers, Tyson Holstein, and Olivia Fagley. Entering the ring now is Cross Red Market Barrel Class 2, Emmett Rutman, Anna Osnink, Angel Heusman, Lincoln Smith, Josie Baumgars, and Annika Deckers.
First call, class 3, cross red market barrels, Leah, Grayson, Angel, Gail, Jessica.
gets a little more jammed up in his front end, but that's a good built, good designed one that's got muscle and dimension, got product and power. Young lady's got a stout featured one, and he's got big burly fur limbs and got a big foot and got lots and lots of just shape and mass to his shoulder, got a big back, and that comes, he just gets a little shorter and more compact, a little shorter in his rump, shorter in his side, wants to break down just a little bit on his ankles, and so we just need to change his proportions a little bit if we're going to use him up any higher. But a stout one that's burly and wide and bold. Like the young man's proportions here, a good design one that's got muscle and width, maybe just a little frailer than we find in some of those on the front side, but certainly a powerful one that's got muscle and dimension. Young man's barrel across the way there is one that, again, body and design and build is good. It's not as attractive, not as tall-shouldered, not as extended, not as just fault-free as some of those on the front. White barrel is a good design, sound, flexible one that's got some body. Just need to just elevate him and make him a little cleaner all the way throughout. Then the young man's barrel across the way there is one that is a little cleaner, but we just need to open him up and give him a little more spread and dimension. Really a nice set of barrels, very, very good on the front side of that class. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
We got 2 classes left. Congratulations to Laney Franken receiving first in Class 4. Second went to Blake Osink. Blues went to Bodie Weber, Hadley Rosenbaum, Tyson Holstein, Barrett Bleeker, Angel Heisman, and Cole Hoyer. Entering the ring now is Class 5 of Crossroad Market Barrows with Tate Van Dong, Carter Hoyer, Cale Weber, Caden Holstein, Lincoln Smith, Barrett Bleeker, and Blake Osnink.
Okay, we're getting into the heavier weights. Got maybe a little more just give and take inside of them. A little bit, getting a little burlier and stouter, and maybe some of them are starting to plane up a little bit, get a little plainer faced or plainer headed, and so maybe not quite as attractive from that perspective. But also the structure issues start to come out just a little bit more, and so you're able to see kind of when one's got just a little bit different kind of build, a little bit easier, and those things kind of come together a little bit better. I think, just a really usable, functional set of barrels, but maybe not one that just jumps out at you because you can find one or two things you'd like to pick on all of them. I think the one that I just keep circling back to, he's stout, he's bold, he's one that's got a big forelimb, he's long spine, he's got a good shape in his back, certainly got enough muscle when you get right behind him, and certainly one that, when I talk about just a fundamental meat and potatoes kind of a barrel, one that does that, I think, extremely well. Doesn't have any huge holes. I like the blue barrel right here in front of me to go ahead and win the class. I think he just does that extremely well. I've been waiting on the other blue barrel here to give me a look, and he's maybe going to join the party now. I think that's a really good kind of a barrel over there. His build is good, his design is good, he's shapely up over his top, he's big out of his rump. He doesn't want to show himself off very well today, but when you study him, his chest is bold, he's got a good shape in his rib. He's muscular over his top. He's big out of his rump. His feet and legs all go the right way, and the way that they're supposed to. The shape of his ribs really good, and he does that really well. I like the black-headed barrel to come next. Again, one that's designed really well, flexible. He's not as good in his rib and body shape, but his build and design is really good, and that's what gets him to this point. I like the belted barrel to come next, the young man over there across the way. A good-bodied one that he's got some depth of rib and depth of flank. Not as muscular. He's not as powerful when he gets to the rear third of his body, and that's what we change about him. Young man's predominantly the black barrel comes next. I need to make this one just a notch taller. He's certainly one that's robust and stout and bold, and I like that about him. He just needs to be a notch taller. Then we get into two of them that are just a little bit harder for me to evaluate. This is a freak as far as his front end and the muscle that he's got and the shape that he's got. We also have to accept the fact that he's not good enough out of his ham-loin junction and on his hip and on his hind leg. Same for the young man's barrel that got away on us, one that we change out of his hip and on his hind leg, and the way that he's constructed that portion of his body. But a really nice set of barrels. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Blake Osnink receiving first place in Class 5. Second place went to Tate Van Dong. Blues went to Carter Hoyer, Cale Weber, Caden Hallstein, Lincoln Smith, and Barrett Laker. Walking in the ring now is the last class of today. We have Class 6 of our market barrows, which is Summer Franken, Lucas Hilbrands, Caden Hallstein, Blake Osnink, Cole Van Dong, and Cole Hoyer. After this, we will select a champion crossbred market barrow, and then a champion overall market barrow, and then a champion overall market swine.
A nice way to end up our drive here, and I think for me, as we kind of get into these, kind of a fun colored splashed up one to start with, I think he just kind of comes at the top of the class. He's sound, he's flexible, he's got muscle, he's got dimension. He gets out and moves well. He's got good ring presence. And he's one that uses his skeleton the way that he's supposed to. I think a comfortable place to start. Young man's got one that if we could set his hind legs into him, then we have a new place to start. And I think this one has got a big chest and a big back and certainly got lots of muscle. One that if you get in behind him and you study the way his hind legs come to the ground, we just can't have him built like that. Gets outside of his skeleton. And to that young man's credit, I went over to Mike and he knew right off the top of the discussion what we were talking about, and he'd evaluated this project and knew where we were at. Like the young man with the cast on his arms, a barrow to come next. That's a big backed, big ended one. He's a little frailer in his bone work, and he's not quite as stout as some of them, but he has got shape, he's got width and power. Young man right here with a belted barrel, thin belted barrel comes next. He's one that, again, shape and look and design is good. Hind leg we change just ever so slightly in the way that he comes. I'd open him up in his rib ever so slightly as well. Young lady's got a big, powerful, massive one that we need to change in his ham-loin junction and how he handles his hip and hind leg. And then we got one here that we need to freshen up in through his neck, chest, and front end, elevate his shoulder and make him balance up just a little better if we're going to get him up the drive. Congratulations. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to Blake Osnink receiving first in that class. Second went to Cole Hoyer. Blues went to Summer Franken, Lucas Hilbrands, Caden Hallstein, and Cole Vendon. Now we'll be selecting our champion crossbred market barrow. So we have Lainey Franken out of class 1, Lincoln Smith out of class 2, Grayson Franken out of class 3, Lainey Franken out of class 4, Blake Osnink out of class 5, and Blake Osnink out of class 6.
Let's put our hands together and congratulate our finalists here in our crossbred barrow division. Really an outstanding set of barrows, and again, quality all the way throughout. I think there's one of them, though, that hit me really hard. Hit him like a ton of bricks. His build and design is really good. His squareness and muscle is really good. He's just a power hog that has a neat kind of a look. Got a big forelimb, and he angles really well off both ends. I think he just puts lots and lots of good things together in one package. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Congratulations to Lainey Franken receiving champion crossbred market barrel. Sorry, Grayson Franken. Grayson Franken out of Class 3. Now we'll be waiting for Lydia Bleeker to come with her second place out of Class 3.
We had in the second from that class, talked about that one tall-shouldered and one that had some shape and some muscularity and had a good kind of a look from the side. Maybe he ran out of gas when he got right in behind him and didn't have quite the shape and expression and muscularity, particularly like we had in our champion. And I think relative to the one that I'm going to use for reserve, that's where you kind of change that one and that give him just a shot more when you study him out there through his stifle and hip and then into the lower portion of his rump. I think that my reserve is one that's very unique in a lot of places. Tall-shouldered, square, muscular, really got a neat look. Maybe not as powerful when you get right in behind him as what I find in our champion, but I think unique and outstanding in his own ways. Young lady, I like this one to be reserved.
Congratulations to Lainey Franken in getting reserve crossbred market barrel.
Now we will be selecting our champion overall market barrel, Swine, England, New York, and again, Grayson.
In the ring now, we are selecting our overall market barrel. We have Grayson Franken with her crossbred market barrel and Kale England in the ring with his purebred market York. We would like to say a big thank you to our event sponsor, Franken Transfer, our plaque sponsors, Wiffle Hybrids, and our purebred market champion and reserve champion in memory of Marv Riedema, and our crossbred market champion and reserve champion in memory of Gerald Drogue.
I think our barrow division was our strongest division today, and I think the two that get out here to represent that division, I think, tell that story. You know, you think about the Pures and the way this Yorkshire kind of puts things together. That's a good built, good design one that's got a neat look. He's shapely. He's he's muscular when you get on top of him. He's muscular when you get into his rump. You change him ever so slightly from his hock down, but that's a good built, good design one to win that division. That's got shape and body, and the young man kind of discovered, hey, if I ask him, he'll give it. And when he did, all that thing kind of comes together and kind of puts lots of good in one package. Young lady's got an awfully good one. He's stout, he's square, he's wide, he's bold, he's muscular. His advantages are he's a nickel stouter in his feature. Certainly handles his hind leg just a little bit better as we kind of analyze him. Probably just a little more robust than his weight. Now I understand that. He's a little shorter bodied, a little shorter statured, and that's easier to be more robust. I'm a living example of that. But when you think about just design and build, stoutness and squareness, flexibility, mass and dimension, you got to land on the crossbred. He'll be our champion out here.
Congratulations to our overall market barrel, Grayson Franken. We will need to have Lainey Franken come in with her reserve crossbred.
We had in that reserve crossbred. I talked about him having some neat pieces. He's a tall-shouldered one that's long-bodied, certainly shapely when you get on top of him. He's a barrel that maybe runs out of gas when you get down low on him from behind. He doesn't maintain his mass and dimension that he's got here is not as wide when he gets down there. And so kind of runs out of gas down low relative to that. And I think when you have a choice and you can use one that's got more power, got more dimension, similar kind of height, the shoulder, length of side and extension, similar kind of balance and build, but yet simply more powerful. You got to do it. We're going to lean in on the Yorkshire and use him for reserve.
Congratulations for reserve overall market barrel to Kale England. We will now be selecting our champion overall market swine.
We will now be selecting our champion overall market swine, so please make your way to the ring. Lead Kale Weber Live Derby. Grayson's overall market barrel. Kale
All right, we are going to go with our champion market barrow and our champion market gilt to choose our overall market swine. While our judge is looking at those, we would really like to thank our judge, Dan Lane, for coming today. He is married to his wife, Peggy, and they have 2 children, Keaton and Melanie. Both kids grew up showing during their youth, with each claiming a championship at the Iowa State Fair. They're both grown now. Keaton works in New York City on Broadway, and Melanie is a social worker. He has enjoyed the opportunity to judge in Houston, San Antonio, Oklahoma Youth Expo, World Pork Expo, and 17 state fairs. Thank you for being here, Dan.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and back and work with your young people. Certainly appreciate that and appreciate the opportunity to sort through the pigs. Before I go any further, do me a great big favor, everybody that's around ringside. Let's thank the folks that are working back here behind the ring and have been moving pigs in and out. Give them all a great big round of applause. Let's do that one time for them, please. I thank them very much. We've got through today, I think, at a pretty good speed and got things kind of worked in yet. I thought gave every kid a good look, and I tried to interact with them the best I possibly could and do that. And so I appreciate the opportunity to do that. One thing that I will say, be proud. You've got a great set of young people. You know, as I interacted with them, all of them were polite and gracious, and all of them, I think, very much appreciate the opportunity to be part of the program. And so, you know, hug them a little closer when you get home tonight and enjoy the time when you're here at fair. It goes fast, and you can't get the days back, and so take this time and really enjoy it. I think we've had a tremendous show. I think the quality's been good all the way throughout. I think there's one of them that I've landed on that I think's awfully good, and I think has lots of pieces that are extra good. I'm going to stay with the barrel. He'll be our champion.
Congratulations to Grayson Franken with winning champion overall market swine. Kale will come in with his reserve market barrel.
We let in our Yorkshire, and we talked about him being unique for the way he's built and you know, just the positive that he possesses, his chest, his width, his muscle, his dimension, and yet his side build from the side is impeccable. And you know, you kind of analyze that pair. That one's just a little bit taller shouldered, a little cleaner and better about his head and the way he's proportioned up through the front portion of his body. Maybe a whisker longer in his rump and the way that he's made. I'm going to keep the barrels together. The Yorkshire's going to be a reserve champion.
Congratulations to Kayla England on receiving reserve overall champion market swine. Thank you guys for all coming today, and thank you, Dan, for making the trip this way again.